right, online. Looks like you can hear me. I'm seeing it moving there. Go ahead, check in for me online. Let me know that you're here. I see some of you have already put it down, but go ahead, let me know that you are here at this point. And then really quick online, just a quick reminder, you have your field notes and you should have all that information. If you have any questions about that, let me know, and then you will have your verse quiz. Hopefully, I haven't checked my school email yet this morning, so I'm certainly hoping that all of you have sent in everything that was due yesterday, and so hopefully you got that in. Anybody that has sent it in to me, I do have the grades there. I didn't put all of them in. If you didn't send anything to me yet, then you wouldn't have a grade there because I'm just not sure if you were sending it in or not, so I was waiting on you, and hopefully by the end of the day today, your grades will be updated. For everyone else in the room, your grade is up to date at this point. So if you have a question on what your grade is, how many of you go online and see what your grades are? Anybody do that? Okay, good. A few of you. Hey, I recommend it. It's just something that helps you make sure that that it's being recorded right. It's one of the nice things. It used to be that it was all in a grade book and you never really got to see it. It used to be you didn't know your grade until it came out, unless you kept every single paper and added it up yourself. So now it's nice because you can go on there, you will know your grade any time. You will know exactly what your grade is, so it's something that helps you. It's a tool, use it, and it'll help you know exactly what your grade is and everything along those lines. Hey, take your books out, turn to page 161. Page 161. Looking at a narrative here, we're going to look, Daniel, half of the book of Daniel is really a narrative, and that's the majority of what people know about Daniel are the narrative portions, but the second half of the book of Daniel is all about prophecy. And in fact, we'll look at this just briefly. We really won't take a lot of time to dig into it, but if you're going to study the book of Revelation, which book of Revelation, all about end times prophecies, the book that you will study in the Old Testament with that book, the corresponding book is really the book of Daniel, the last chapters in the book of Daniel, because it is going to give you some insight into what is going to happen in the end times. So we'll look at that a little bit, but we were finishing up, and I think we got to this one. Let me make sure I give you... we're on number 4, so the bottom of page 161. Hopefully you guys are figuring out how to hopefully you got these right, but if you didn't, hopefully you're figuring out how to go along with the notes and make sure you have the right one. Number 4 should be A and B. And remember the situation. All the food's sitting out there. They've got a choice. Am I going to do what I know God would want me to do here, or am I going to do what everyone else is going to do? And again, one of the big things that I stress when I look at this book is a lot of times, let's just be honest, okay? A lot of times the deterrent to do right is I'm gonna get caught. That's why kids, they don't have that idea of getting caught. How many of you, my kids love watching America's Funniest Home Videos. I don't know if any of you guys like watching America's Funniest Home Videos. It is, I do myself. It is sort of sick though, that most of those videos involve people in pain, and I'm like, is this the American idea of what is funny? As long as somebody's hurt, then we think it's funny and we're gonna laugh, and sort of gives you a little bit of a sick mind, I guess, but I think they're funny, and some of the things that goes on there. But you ever see those ones with like the kids, and they'll have them on there at different times. And, oh, by the way, the best one I saw recently, I thought this was funny. This is an idea, guys, for the future. It's parasailing, right? Is that what it is when you are, you have the ropes connected to the boat and you're like way up there? It's parasailing, right? I think that's what it is. I'm never doing it, so I don't even need to know. They're up there and all this, and they got like the camera on there, and the guy like brings out the ring, asked the girl to marry. Anybody seen this one? Asked the girl to marry him, and she's like, all this stuff, all of this, and then she finally says yes, and he goes and gives her the ring, and it drops, and she's like, has this look, I'm sorry, and he's like has this look like he's crushed and stuff like that, and then she's trying to like build him back up, like, it's okay, I still love you, and then he's like, it was fake. And she's like, I hate you. That one was pretty funny. I thought it was. But you see these videos where they're like with the kids, and it's something about a cookie, right? And they walk in there. And one of them I saw recently was they had like a box of cereal that they had opened, and they're sitting on the couch and they have like cereal all over them because they had just opened the whole bag and it had fallen all over them, and they're like asking them, how did this happen? And they're blaming the dog or something like that. Like, kids don't, they think they can say anything and not get caught, right? We get older and we begin to think, can I do that and get away with it? Let's just be honest, we've all had those thoughts. It's not, this is wrong to do, I shouldn't do it. It's like, man, if I do that, I'm probably going to get caught, so I'm going to stay. Daniel is not going to get caught. Daniel's not doing it for that reason. And that shouldn't be the reason that we do it either. Daniel says, I'm not going to do it because remember what we looked at in Daniel 1:8, but Daniel purposed in his heart that he would not defile himself. Daniel had made a decision, I'm going to follow God no matter what. And even though the vast majority of people in that room who grew up, I'm sure, hearing the exact same things in the synagogue, the exact same things, they had made the same sacrifices Daniel had made. They had been there, they had seen all of this, but they're going to make a different decision. But Daniel and his friends, they sort of risk quite a bit. Risk alienating people who are, I mean, think about it. Here's what would be going through my mind. These guys are treating them nicely. Do they have to treat them nicely? No. Nothing's stopping them from being like, man, I'm tired of you. Go to like a hard labor camp. Like, why don't you go? Nothing's stopping them from doing that. And if it's me, I'm justifying it by like, well, God, if I do this, they'll get angry and they'll send me away. I mean, how many times have we done something, that we know is not right because we're afraid of what the person's response would be? Everybody else in that room is doing wrong, and I'm sure they felt that sort of peer pressure, and everyone else is doing it. We've all given into that. And that's why the key part of this book is Daniel had already made a decision. So when he's sitting there in line, he already knows what he's going to do. Now, it doesn't mean he wasn't tempted. Listen, he would be tempted. He wasn't tempted. Temptation is not sin. Giving into temptation is the sin. And Daniel is going to make sure that he does what is right. Now, we come to, all of these were placed in the king's service. We come to another portion where we're going to see some things, and we begin to see Nebuchadnezzar's temper. How many of you would admit that you have a temper? Every hand should be up. Every single person has a temper. The question is not do you have a temper, the question is how little does it take to set off that temper? Because we all do, let's be honest. We all have a point where we're like, okay, I'm done. And then we start. And it's amazing, it's different with different people, right? Some of you are very, very patient at school. But you get home and your sibling does one thing and there is no patience involved with your sibling. If you were here, you would let people, they annoy you, they say these things, and you're like, you just let it go. But you get in the car, and your sister says one thing, and you're like, shut up. That's just we all have a temper, we all have that, but it's just a matter of controlling that. And Nebuchadnezzar was a guy that never had to control it. Why? He's in charge. Why does he have to control it? They've got to do what he wants. So here's what the problem becomes. Nebuchadnezzar has a dream. Nebuchadnezzar has a dream, and we're actually going to talk about this a little bit later. They divide it up, but here's what happens. He has this dream, and he brings all the wise men in, and here's what he says. Guys, I had a dream. Tell me what the dream means. And he's got the astrologers, all these smart people that are supposed to know these things, and they're like, okay, no problem at all. What was the dream? Now, we don't know for sure why Nebuchadnezzar does this, but here's his response. You tell me. That makes it a lot harder. Now, people think maybe he did it because he knew, like, the astrologers, the magicians, they didn't really know, so he was trying to test him. Or maybe he did it. How many of you guys have had a dream and you remember, like, little parts of it, but you don't remember the whole thing? You know what I'm saying? Like you remember little parts of it, but you don't really remember everything about it. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe he could remember, like, I remember this, I remember that, but I don't remember everything. So you tell me everything that happened in the dream. I don't know. But for whatever reason, he has these guys here. He says, you guys tell me the dream. Now, here's the problem. They had a little bit of a problem because none of them could do it. Because here's what it is. If you tell me a dream, can I give you an interpretation of it? Absolutely. I dreamed that whatever you want to say. You know what that means? That means today you need to go eat pizza. Right? I mean, you could say whatever you want to say, right? But if you said, Mr. Moore, tell me the dream I had last night, I'm not going to be able to do that. And you know what? You're going to be able to know if I'm able to do that or not. Because if you remember details of it, you're going to be like, no, you're way off, you're lying to me. So none of these guys have the courage to get before Nebuchadnezzar and really outright lie, knowing that he will know. I mean, they're okay lying if he doesn't know, but now they know he'll know. So they order that everybody is put to death. And that's in number 5 there, should be A. None of them could describe and interpret his dream. The problem here is, one of the people that is just received a death sentence is Daniel. And he doesn't even know about it. In fact, they come and they begin to round up these people and they say, hey, you're gonna be put to death. Daniel's like, why? Because none of you guys can say what the dream was. He's like, I didn't even know there was a dream. What are you guys talking about? And he is going to be able to talk to the king and be able to get a little bit of a stay. So number 6, what's going to happen here? Number 6, he is going to say to Nebuchadnezzar, only God could interpret the dream. So he goes before Nebuchadnezzar and says, okay, Nebuchadnezzar, only God can do this, but I'm going to ask God to give me the ability to interpret it. And God is going to interpret the dream. God's going to interpret the dream. What was the dream? The dream was Nebuchadnezzar dreamed of this statue. So number 6 should be C and D. Number 7 should be A. Number 7 should be A. Oh, you know what? I guess it's right here. Number 7 should be A large dazzling statue. Now keep that in mind. For whatever reason, they put the statue at the end, so we're going to come back to this statue. But we'll come back to what this dream actually meant, because there's great significance to it even today for us. Okay, then we go to Daniel chapter number 3. So Daniel chapter 1, all about Daniel purposing in his heart he would not defile himself. Daniel 2, all about Nebuchadnezzar's dream, and we're going to see Daniel give the interpretation. Daniel chapter 3 is back to a very familiar portion of Scripture, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. What happens with Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego? Nebuchadnezzar has a statue built. Not just any statue, this statue is massive. And he has it built, and here's what he's going to say to everybody. When they hear the music, they were supposed to bow down and worship the statue. So number, 8, should be B and D. When you hear the music, everyone bows down, worships the image. If you don't, there will be punishments. You'll be thrown into a fiery furnace. So there's certainly some incentive to bow down. Let's everyone make sure we're sitting up, okay? Everyone make sure you're sitting up, and that'll help you, all right? There's certainly some incentive to bow down. So what happens? They go out there and they're told to bow down. Now here's what I thought often about this, because I try to, and I think this is something that helps me read the Bible, maybe it would help you as well. Try to put yourself in that position. You're Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Now, for whatever reason, Daniel is not mentioned here. It could be he is away somewhere else. They've called a lot of people in for this celebration. Maybe he's away. I don't know. But Daniel's name is never mentioned in Daniel chapter number 3. It is only Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego that are mentioned here. The music begins to play. And if I'm in their shoes, I don't know about you, I'm kneeling down to tie my shoes. You know what I'm doing? I'm like, I don't want to bow down to this, but I also don't want to die. So let me act like I'm bowing down to this. I'm not really bowing down. God knows my heart. I'm not really bowing down, but I'm going to act like it so that I don't... do you guys understand what I'm saying? Don't you think that would have been a temptation? I would be tempted to do it. I don't want to get thrown into a fiery furnace. Listen, these guys know Nebuchadnezzar is serious. It's not like, how many of you, my parents would do this talking, right? Hey, if you do that, you're going to be grounded the rest of your life. I'm like, they're not going to ground me the rest of my life. I mean, I'm leaving the house at some point. What, are they going to ground me when I'm an adult? You know, like they make that statement or some type of general statement that you're like, that's not going to happen. You know, if you don't eat your dinner, you're never eating chocolate again or something, you know, something like that. And they'll make that statement. You're like, that's not what happens when Nebuchadnezzar says it. They're not like, oh, he's just throwing out this. He's not actually going to do it. I mean, come on. No, they know he's going to do it. They know. There's no doubt in their mind that if they don't bow down, they will die. They know that. So again, if it's me, I'm tempted to sort of act like it, sort of fit in. You say, how does that happen today? When we know something is wrong and we're not really doing it, but we're not really going to say that it is wrong because we don't want to be called out on it. I mean, there's so many illustrations of how this happens. We're standing around, everyone's talking, they begin talking about something that's wrong. We know it's wrong. Man, we know it. But it's like, if I say something, if I leave, everyone's going to make fun of me. So we stay. Somebody says something, sort of a joke, something like that, and we know, man, they're making fun of somebody else. And we know that's wrong. But we stand there and we listen to it and we're like, man, if I don't laugh right now, they're going to start making fun of me. So in our minds, we're like, I'm not for this. I don't like this. But I'm not going to take a stand on it. That would have been the temptation, I believe, for Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego here. Oh, come on. I don't believe Nebuchadnezzar is a god. The guy is full of himself, all of this. But if I don't do it, I'm dead. So let me just act like it. I know this is wrong, but come on, if I don't at least act like it's funny, or if I don't just, this happens today. And by the way, the consequences that I face for making that decision of laughing and just hanging around somebody that I know that what they're saying is wrong, they're a lot less severe than being thrown into a fiery furnace. But I back down. I give in to what's wrong because it's like, man, I just don't want to face that. When I come to Daniel chapter number 3, it challenges me. Because here are men that know exactly what's going to happen to them. And they still do it. When I don't even know what's going to happen to me. Man, maybe they do laugh at me. Wow, that's really going to ruin the rest of my life. Maybe they do. Okay, we're no longer hanging out with you. Okay, well, you know what you just learned? They're not your real friends anyways. So I guess you're fine either way. Let's not switch seats midway, all right? I know you have your little domain over there, but let's stay in our seat. It doesn't matter. But those are the things that in my mind cause me to pause and to be concerned and to not do what's right when in the end it doesn't even matter. These guys, their consequence mattered quite a bit more. So what happens? Nebuchadnezzar finds out, hey, these guys are not bowing down. And when Shadrach, verse number 9, when Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, I think I gave you 8 was B and D, 9 is A, B, and C. So some guys see, hey, wait a minute, they're not bowing down. I mean, it's pretty obvious. If everybody else is bowing down and you look to your side and you see somebody's feet and they're still standing, hey, they didn't bow down. Clearly, Nebuchadnezzar was worried about everybody not bowing down because he's thrown out sort of a punishment already. So without a doubt, I believe he had people watching. So these people come back, report to Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar's like, man, what a great day it was. Everyone's worshiping me as a god. Clearly they should. I mean, look how great I am. And they come in, hey, king, we got a quick report to give you. Everybody bowed down, except 3 guys. What? Yeah, you know them. They're Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Remember those Hebrew guys? Very, very short. He gets mad. Then, he's going to have a change of heart. Hey, bring him in. Guys, listen, I heard you didn't bow down. Assuming that you're hard of hearing. Maybe you didn't quite understand the instructions. Maybe you didn't understand that when the music starts, that's when you're supposed to bow down. So here's what I'm going to do. Guys, I like you. And you guys have worked for me for a while. You've helped me out. I know your friend Dan. Hey, I'm going to give you another shot. I'm going to give you another shot to do this. Because I like you, I appreciate you, so I'm going to give you another shot. Hey, take your Bible and turn to Daniel chapter number 3, because I'm going to show you, there are some verses here that are so important that we see them. Daniel chapter 3. And imagine yourself as Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. We don't imagine these things because we imagine Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, of course they know what's going to happen. No, they didn't. We don't, think about you. You've taken a stand, but now you know you're found out. Maybe they thought God would sort of blind their eyes and nobody would see that they were still standing. Maybe they thought Nebuchadnezzar, maybe he'll go back on it a little bit. Maybe if it's only us three, maybe he won't do it. I don't know, but now you're standing in front of the king. Listen, when they were taken in front of the king, you cannot tell me these guys were not scared out of their mind. They knew what was about to happen to them. Listen, I do not fear death. I don't. I know one day I will die, and I don't fear it, because I know what happens to me the moment that I'm going to die. But can I say it's not necessarily something I'm looking forward to? In some ways I am. I'm ready to be in heaven. I'm done with a lot of, I'm ready, but there's a lot of things I would miss in my mind. And the only thing about death that concerns me is the how. That concerns me. Burning alive would be a how I want nothing to do with. Nothing to do with. And that's what these guys are faced with. And so he brings them in front of them. I imagine, you guys know what I'm talking about. You've had your heart beating so loud that you feel like people hear it outside. I mean, you've been scared before. I've never been scared like this before. So now's their chance. Guys, second chance. Hey, you want to live, here's what you got to do. And look at what they say. You guys are in Daniel chapter 3. Look at verse number 16. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego answered and said to the king, O Nebuchadnezzar, we are not careful to answer thee in this matter. You say, again, sometimes the wording is weird. Here's the thing. Nebuchadnezzar, we know our answer for you. This is our answer. If it be so, our God whom we serve is able to deliver us from the burning fiery furnace, and he will deliver us out of thine hand, O king. You're like, oh, see, these guys knew. And they knew. Had nothing to be concerned about. They knew they were getting thrown in the fiery furnace and everything was going to be good. But read the very next verse. But if not. You see those three words? But if not. What do those three words mean? Yeah. Said, King, you may kill us in this fiery furnace. We know that God can deliver us, but King, we know that he may not deliver us. But listen, even if we do die in this fiery furnace, a terrible, terrible death, but if not, be it known unto thee, O king, that we will not serve thy gods, nor worship the golden image which thou hast set up. They refuse to worship the image. Number 9, what happens here? A, B, and C. A, B, and C. Now, if you look, what is that, verse 19? Then was Nebuchadnezzar full of fury, and the form of his visage was changed against Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Here's what happens. The form of his visage, what does that mean? His face. Oh, you've seen it, right? When somebody goes from being sort of kind, being nice, to being angry. Oh, you've seen the face change. That's what's happening here. Full of fury. This guy is angry, angry, angry. So angry. Here's what he does. Now think about how crazy this is. They're going into fiery furnace. Listen, they're going to die. You know what he sends down there for them to do? Look at the last part. They should heat the furnace 7 times more than it was wont to be heated. Now, think about this. How hot does fire have to be to burn somebody alive? I mean, it's fire. You know, if it's a big fire, it's going to be hot. But I don't think fire has to be made hotter. What do they mean when they're throwing more stuff to fuel this fire? The flames are huge. I mean, this is how angry he is. He's like, I don't want these guys just to die. I want it to be terrible for them. So they take them. They're carrying them to there. The Bible says that the people that carried them and threw them into the furnace died because they were too close to the flames. So because of Nebuchadnezzar's anger, people die that had nothing to do with it just because he's angry. And he throws them into the flames. The end of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. It should be. And again, I know we know this. We'll look at this a little bit more tomorrow. All right? You guys can be dismissed. Hey, if you have a question on the quizzes I pass back to you, please feel free to come up here and ask me, and we'll take a look at those. All right? Thank you guys so much.
Ding. Okay. Good morning, everybody. How is everybody's morning going? Well, mine's going better than it did yesterday, that's for sure. But now I'm looking for something I can't. What am I looking for? Well, I would have a life if I didn't have some of you students here. Okay. Hey. A what?
A dictionary.
Well, the kids came and looked all over that.
Awesome.
So, I don't know.
Probably took the one that I was going to use.
Oh. Unless somebody here has one.
Yes.
Does anybody in here have a dictionary, a hardback dictionary?
Okay, yeah, I can take it tomorrow.
Anybody in here have a hard copy dictionary? Nope.
I was going to use one on the bookshelf.
9th and 10th came and scavenged them.
I think Miss Love has the dictionary actually. I can ask her for you.
You'll do anything to get out of class. Okay, so good ricochet. So actually the only one in here that we're missing is Tyler. But I think Tyler's online, or at least he was for Bible. So, yep, there he is. Good to see you, Tyler, Emily, Mia, Jezreel. Good, everybody's here, all present and accounted for. Yes. Okay. Or if we want to square that, everybody is here and accounted 16. Nothing. Huh?
Aaron said 16 is the new 17. Might as well just round up to 80.
No. Because I says everybody's accounted for, and if we square that, it's 16. See? Just a little bit of math and science. Okay? Yeah. Okay, this is where we left off yesterday. We are on page 8 of your notes. Top of page 8. We're going to go into lesson 96. Or 95, excuse me. I'm actually... Did I put the wrong page lesson number? 4? So we're just finishing 94 then. Okay. No. 95. Because there it is. Okay. We're on page 9 of your notes. My bad. Okay. Right? We finished all of page 8, right? Okay, so we did this. We talked about this, right? We talked about this with the convection cell. Everybody's got that? 3B2? That was our last note that we did. Okay. What, Joey? I'm sorry? 3A2, so this is it? Okay, good. Thank you. I should have marked it. Forgot. Okay, so let's go on to 3C. Convection cell. This is what exists between the equator and the latitude 30, and that's what we call the Hadley cell. So if you look at the chart to the left, okay, those are the Hadley cells, okay? between the equator and latitude 30. So you have two Hadley cells. You got 30 degrees north, okay? Equator is the middle line on that diagram. It is listed, it is labeled there on the right side. And so the area above it to the next line and the area below it is what we would call the Hadley cells, or all of them are Hadley cells. It was named after this gentleman, George Hadley. Okay, he looks like a scientist, doesn't he? Okay, okay. He's got that that little frown on his face, like, let's see what the answer to e squared equals pi times 3 equals, okay? Okay, a little bit more math to it. Huh? Okay, so now, again, you are having your circular motions in this. George Hadley discovered in 1735 that he was the first to describe the main features of the tropical circulation. So because of him, we can advance into our knowledge of the rotation, the circulation of all these winds. D, the cold polar winds. Okay, so now you see a little chart on the right side that the Hadley cells are from the equator up to the 30 degree line, okay, both north and south. Then above the or the next group, above the 30, you would have the Ferrel cells. This is the cold polar winds. They never reach the equator either. They are about at latitude 60. They're warm winds, and they're warm because they're coming basically up from the equator. But as you see that these circulars are always going out, okay, and going up, coming down, and then the next group has their circles, and so the bottom ones don't let the top ones get down to the equator, and they just keep popping them back up. Remember, cold air sinks, right? Warm air rises. So the air from the equator is always being pumped up or pumped down to the South Pole, which is basically the same as up, okay? And then the next one is pumping it up and down, but it's catching those Hadley cells, which kicks it back into its own circular motion. The newly warmed air mass is forming a low pressure area, begins to flow back towards the poles, creating a convection current, and we call this a polar cell. Okay, not a convection cell, but a polar cell because of its cold air. Then letter E, so because sinking cooler air is at latitude 30 creates a high pressure region, and rising air at 60 creates a low pressure. There's a third circulation cell formed called the Ferrel cell, and that's the convection cell between the 30 and the 60 degrees. Okay, so from 0 to 30 you got the Hadleys. From 30 to 60 you've got the Ferrel, and that's on both sides of the equator. Okay? Everybody with me? Good. So there was your homework should have been last night. Okay? So let me switch this to lesson 96, and we will continue on to die. No, we're not done. Give me a memento. We need 96. There it is, right there. Okay, moving this up. Lesson 96. Now, there is probably going to be a reading quiz here. We're going to just skip it. Why, you want some extra credit? Okay, majority will rule. Nope, no, there is none. Anyway, no reading quiz even established on this. So, but there are review questions. Shh. What is the complete loop of circulating air called? Huh? Shh. No answer? A convection cell. What is the convection cell that exists between the equator and 30? Hadley cells. What's the convection cell between 60 and the poles? Okay. What's the convection cell between 30 and 60 degrees? Huh? Ferrel cells. Okay. And that's it. That's why we didn't have a reading quiz, basically. Okay, because there's not a, well, that was review, so what we just went over. And there's just not a lot of things in this section, so that's why we didn't have a reading quiz. The Coriolis effect. You've all heard about this in your science adventures in the last 6 years or 7 years, however the years may progress. The Coriolis effect is the way in which the Earth's rotation causes a change in the course of the winds. Okay? So you can see that you got your polar easterlies, your westerlies on the diagram that I'm going. You have your trade winds that are next to the equator. Okay? You have a doldrum area, which is that 0. Okay? Which means that there's very little wind going on in that section. We'll be talking about that. And then you got your trade winds, your westerlies, and your polar easterlies on the bottom. So whatever's on top is the same, matches up with corresponding on the bottom, the south side of the equator. Your Coriolis effect is because of the rotation of the Earth that you have all of these various winds that are being created in their direction that they are. So it's the Coriolis effects that is causing that. This picture on the right says in the red, objects deflect to the right in the northern hemisphere. Objects deflect to the left, which means that it's circling from left to right in the north, and in the south it's deflecting from right or right to left. Okay, so you have this going on, this effect going on. Okay, now everybody do this with me. Okay, you got your northern hemisphere, you got your southern hemisphere. Okay, now rub your belly at the same time.
With our hand?
While you're doing the rotations of the wind, rub your belly. Some of you. I know it's early. I don't think there's any way logically you could do that. Okay. Okay. Now, here's the factors that cause the Coriolis effect. Inertia. Inertia is just the tendency for matter to stay at rest, if at rest, or to continue moving if in motion. Okay? So, I have a ball right here, a basketball. Now, this basketball, if I hold it here, is showing inertia because it's going to stay in one place until something causes it to move. Okay? And then if I throw this ball to John, the ball will keep going until something stops the ball. You're supposed to catch it, okay? Okay? So, inertia, the tendency for an object of matter to stay either at rest or in motion, okay, until something changes it, okay? That's inertia. So inertia makes an object tend to keep the same condition of the motion with which it started out, okay? So that's what's causing our winds. Throwing a ball to another person while moving, okay? Now, you've all been taught this, especially if you play playing basketball, that if you're running down the court and you want to make a pass to a person, your fellow teammate, so that he can go right up and make a layup, you need to pass the ball at him, correct? Hudson's saying no. What happens if you pass the ball, if you both are running down the court, what happens if you pass the ball to the player? It goes behind him. Okay? Even if you're standing still, okay? Okay. Okay. Cody, stand up here. It's okay. You're fine. Did it hit you in the head? I'm sorry. Stand right here. Now, Cody is just going to walk. Stay right here. When I say go, he's going to just walk down the aisle. Okay? Now, in order for this ball to get to him as he's walking, I've got to do something special with this ball. Okay? I can't just pass it to him. Okay? So, start walking. If I'll pass it to you, okay? What he had to reach back for the ball. Okay? Because I passed it to him. Okay? So, in order for him to receive the ball, to be able to go down the court and score and dunk the ball, okay, I have to keep his momentum going, okay? In order to keep that momentum going, I've got to throw it in a way which allows him to do that. So now go. So I'm looking there, but I'm passing there, and you'll see he didn't even stop, and he went and scored. Yeah! Okay. He made the basket, okay? He made the basket because of what we had to do in the proper manner, okay? Now, throwing a ball to another person. This is an example of inertia, okay? A basketball player is running down the court, passes the ball to a teammate who's standing still. Shh. The ball, although moving from away from the passer, is also still moving in the same direction as the passer because of its motion. Okay? If I'm running down Cody's in that aisle and I'm over here, and I'm running with Cody and I'm passing the ball, okay? You've all done this drill in basketball. Then the ball is still going that direction. Why? Because you're passing it in front of the person so that the motion can continue on in a proper manner. If you throw it behind him, the motion has stopped. Okay? So you must throw the ball slightly behind the spot where his teammate is standing to get, okay? If he threw the ball directly at the teammate, it will go to the side of the teammate, okay? So you want to keep the inertia of the basket. Second factor, the distance from the Earth's axis. Objects on the Earth's rotating surface travel at different speeds depending upon the distance from the axis. Okay? How many have ever played Whiplash? Okay? And there's many names you can put with it. Okay? But here's where you do. You form a line and you have one person as the axis. Okay? And then everybody's holding hands, and then everybody is running around the axis, the first person. Okay? The second person is barely moving. The third person moving just slightly a little bit more. The fourth a little bit more. The fifth, and depends upon how many people you have in the line. By the time you get to the last person in the line, they are almost sprinting around the circle. And a lot of times, they'll probably fall off, they'll lose connection with the group because of the speed. So the distance from the Earth's axis, that first person, determines or will determine the Coriolis effect also. Okay? So the faster they go, the faster the speed. If a spinning bicycle wheel is making one rotation each second, a point 2.5 centimeters or 1 inch from the hub moves about 16 centimeters every second. Okay? So like I said, that second person in line is basically just barely moving around the circle because it's taking a while for the outside to get up, okay, to get going. At 0.35 centimeters, 14 inches from the hub, however, must move 14 times as fast as to complete one rotation, okay? So that person on the end of the line is, like I said, sprinting as we are going around the circle, okay, to keep up. That's the same principle here, distance from the Earth's axis. A baseball with the Coriolis effect. Imagine a pitcher. How many of you are Dodger fans? That's what I say, ooh. But that's okay. I respect you anyway. Okay? Okay? The Dodgers are a good baseball team. They just have had a lot of luck lately. Okay? And they finally, with COVID, finally won a World Series. Okay? Or at least lately have won one. Anyway, going on. Imagine a pitcher standing at 60 degrees north latitude, near Anchorage, Alaska. Okay? The Earth is spinning, you got to keep that in mind, spinning on its axis. Okay? So as the Earth is spinning, if I'm here at 60 and I'm going to throw to Aaron the baseball, okay, I'm throwing it in a straight line, but in order for Aaron to catch that, he's got to go backwards the spin of the Earth. If he stays in just one, if he doesn't even move, but because of the Earth spinning, If I throw it to him right there, he's going to be over here by Erica, okay, which is probably where he wants to be anyway. But he wants to be over here by Erica by the time the ball gets to where he was, okay? That's the Coriolis effect, affecting the spin throw of the ball, okay? Now, the pitcher is actually moving east at 830 kilometers per hour as the earth spins, okay? That's why you have a lot of spin on, or a curvage on the ball, just because of the earth's spin. Players create the spin. Soccer players create a spin on their ball when they kick it, okay? But that spin is also floating in because of the earth's rotation, okay? Chase. Yes. Now, if the pitcher throws a fastball south at 160 kilometers per hour, the ball, having inertia, will continue moving south at 160. At the same time, continuing moving east at 830 kilometers. Okay? Because of the Earth's spin, because of your Coriolis effect. As the ball moves south, the Earth's surface, which moves faster, closer to the equator, becomes or begins to outrun the ball, which is still traveling at 830 kilometers per hour east. So to an observer standing on the equator, the ball would seem to be moving southwest, okay? But the changing course is something of an illusion. The ball traveling south at a constant speed and in the same direction, while the Earth's surface outran it, okay? Because of the Coriolis effect. If a stationary observer is in space, it should be, would see that the ball continued on a relatively straight course as the Earth spun, okay? So think about being out there in space, watching if you can see a pitcher throw a ball. The pitcher throws a straight ball, okay, a strike, but because of the Earth spinning, it's moving east or west based upon the spin of the Earth, okay? Coriolis effect. An opposite course change would occur if the pitcher stood on the equator and threw the ball north, okay? You would just reverse the issues, okay? So if the Earth is spinning here and I throw the ball to Aaron, okay, which direction would the Earth be spinning if we were going this way? Right to left, so it would be spinning towards the south, okay? But if I throw the ball to Aaron, because he ends up here over by Erica, the ball seems to be going north, but it's actually going the same as what the Earth's spin is. It's just in a straight line. So if I'm throwing the same way here, going this way, it just reverses our direction, okay? That's the Coriolis effect. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Although the pitcher and the baseball are only an imaginary scenario, the combined effect of the two factors causes the apparent shift in the Earth's winds as they move north and as they move south. So the Coriolis effect has the same happening on the winds as it did on the baseball. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes your sports lesson today. Okay? You have homework tonight, 209 to 211, just to read, and I'm sure that there is probably a reading quiz tomorrow. Yep, there is. So, give you a heads up. Okay, DLs, don't get dizzy. as you spin with the earth. Okay? Don't let someone throw you and expect you to be with them, because they will be behind you as they throw you. Okay? The Coriolis effect. Hope that has helped today. We'll see you later.
using it to study it, you're on your own. Okay? Chase, put the book away, Sid. Aaron. Oh. Cody, put the book away. I actually wrote the definition. All right, go ahead and look at dictation. Number 1. In medieval times. Medieval. Number 2 is devastating. Devastating. Number 3, paralyzed. Paralyzed. Number 4, anticipated. Anticipated. Bless you. Number 5, schedule. Schedule. Number 6 is emphasize. Emphasize. Kind of what I'm doing with my words right now. Emphasize. Number 7, discussion. Discussion. Number 8 is dealt, like he dealt the card, or they dealt with the situation. So dealt is number 8. Number 9, embarrass. Embarrass. Number 10, exaggerate. Exaggerate. Okay, please check your answers while I go through them. 1 is medieval. 2 is devastating. 3, paralyzed. 4, anticipated. 5, schedule. 6, emphasize. Emphasize. Number 7, discussion. 8, dealt. 9, embarrass. 10, exaggerate. Once you're done with your quiz, you can turn it into the tray. Then take out a sheet of paper. Okay. Go ahead and take out a sheet of paper. I'm going to put the quiz on the board. Oops. Got to get there first. Okay, go ahead and take your quiz. questions, please raise your hand. Number 1, who wrote Old Sly Eye? Number 2, why was the panther in the story called Old Sly? Your book gave you a reason why everyone called him Old Sly Eye. And when the story, it kind of described him, and it kind of made sense as to why he had an old sly eye. Keyword eye. Number 3, what did Old Sly Eye kill while he was in the barn? Albin came in, he heard a noise, and then he saw Old Sly Eye standing over this. Number 4, whom was Albin trying to protect from Old Sly Eye? Remember, this entire story, he was fighting Old Sly Eye, and then he thought of these 2 people, and he wanted to protect them, so that's why he was trying to devise a plan. And then number 5, after jumping down from the loft, what did he use to fight against Old Sly Eye? So he did this, he found something in the loft that he used to cover Old Sly Eye. What was that? And then a bonus question. Throughout this entire story, we see that Albin was left alone. So explain why he was alone. Where was his family? Bella, can you grab a marker one more time from Mr. Coral? Yeah. He is in the 9th or 10th grade. Yes. Go ahead and take out your grammar books. Okay, we were to do parts 2 and 3, or just exercise B in the green book. So in the green book, turn to page 122. Thank you. In the blue book, page 135. Okay, let's go through these. Destiny, did you not do your homework? Okay, and that's what you asked in class yesterday, because yesterday I said, are there any questions? And you didn't ask. That's not for homework. Please listen. Okay, number 1, my favorite pastime is reading a book. We went over this. What was my gerund here, class? Reading, or what was it? Swimming in the lake. Okay, what's my gerund? Reading and swimming. What do I box here? Reading a book or swimming the lake. What is this being used as? The PN. Okay, it's equaling the subject. Pastime equals reading a book or swimming in the lake. So we know that entire clause, or that phrase, is a predicate nominative. Number 2, her job designing stationery or designing clothing for the handicapped requires imagination and creativity. What do I underline here, Jose? What do I underline here? Joey? What's my gerund, the one that ends in ing? Designing. Good. What do I box? Elias? Okay, my entire phrase, remember we talked about this. So designing clothing, yes, but then I would also box what else? For the handicapped. All of those are my gerund phrases with its modifiers. Same thing, designing stationery is what I would box. What is this being used as? Is this further explaining my subject of job, class? Yes or no? Yes. So if something's further explaining my job or my subject or something, a noun, what would that be, class? In a positive. Good. Number 2 is in a positive. So it's her job. Job is my subject. Requires is my verb, but then designing is further explaining what my job is. Okay, that's what appositives do. Number 3, teaching children is very rewarding work, or counseling at a Bible camp is very rewarding work. What do we underline here? Erica? Teaching. What do I underline here, Ari? Counseling. What do we box in your book, Brianna? Teaching children. Okay. Joey, what do I box in number 3? Awesome. Counseling at a Bible camp is very rewarding work. What is that being used as, Jason? It is the subject, okay? So what is very rewarding work? Counseling at a Bible camp. That entire phrase is being used as my subject. Same thing in number 3. Teaching children is very rewarding work. Number 4, my little sister enjoys playing with her dolls, or my little brother enjoys playing in the sand. What do I underline here? You already have a mask on. Why are you putting your nose up? You can go to the bathroom, yes. Okay. What do I underline here, Emma? Playing. Good. Same thing in number 4. I underline playing. What do I box? What's my entire gerund phrase? Bella? Playing in the sand or playing with her dolls. Good. Okay, now we need to determine what that's being used as. What's my subject in this sentence, class? Or sister? What's my verb? Enjoys. They enjoy who or what? Playing in the sand or playing with her doll. So that answers my question, who or what. What kind of verb is it, Aaron? Verb. Action, so it is a DO. Remember, direct objects go with action verbs. What go with linking verbs, class? PNs, predicate and nominatives. Number 5, you should always wash your hands before eating any meal or handling any food or dishes. What do I underline here, Eliana? What was it? No, my gerund, ending in ing. Eating, good, or handling in the other book. What would I box, Kayla? My entire phrase. Eating any meal, good. What would I box here? Let's go with Cheyenne. Handling any food or dishes. All of that is boxed. Good. Now, tell me, what is this being used as? You should always wash your hands. Notice my word before my phrase. Before. What word is before? What part of speech is before? Natalie? It is a preposition. Okay? It's saying, or it's relating to when we should wash our hands. Before handling food. Before eating. Okay? So if it's a preposition, what do prepositions need, class? OPs. Okay, everyone should be participating. John, what do prepositions need? What do prepositions need? An object of the preposition. So number 5, it is an OP. Good. Okay, number 6. Sewing a dress requires time and concentration, or playing chess requires concentration, patience, and strategy. What do I underline here in the green book? Micah? Sewing. What do I box? Sewing a dress. What do I underline here in the blue book? Bella? Playing. What do I underline? Box. Playing chess. What is this? What are these both being used as? What's my verb in this sentence, class? Okay. Joey, what's my verb? Requires. So who or what requires? What's the topic of my verb? Not chess. Not just chess, actually. Not just chess. Playing chess. So it's the topic of the verb. What is that being used as, class? The subject. Everyone should be participating. Okay. Sewing a dress is used as my subject. That's the subject of my verb requires. Okay. So, if we're still kind of iffy on this, okay, my verb or my gerund would just be the word that's ending in ing. Okay. So look at number 7. Before Matthew became a disciple, his occupation was collecting taxes. Notice this, collecting is my actual gerund. Okay, that's what I would underline. That points out to me, okay, that's the word that kind of looks like a verb, but it's not functioning as a verb. We know gerunds, they always end in ing. So those are the words that we're looking for. But it's not just the word, okay? It's also the entire phrase. So collecting taxes is my entire gerund phrase. All of its modifiers. Collecting what? Taxes. This is the entire thing that we box within the sentence. After we find this particular phrase, we have to look at it as a whole and what it functions as. So that's what we're doing here. So look at number 7. Before Matthew became a disciple, his occupation was collecting taxes. What's my subject here? Cody? My subject. Occupation. Good. Occupation. What's my verb? Jasmine? Was. Occupation was who or what, class? Okay. This side of the room needs to participate. Okay. This side of the room. What's my complement here? Occupation was what? Okay. That was still just John. Do I need to make you guys stand up? Okay. So participate and obey when I tell you to. What's answering who or what? Occupation was collecting taxes. What is that being used as? It is a predicate nominative because, notice my verb here. What kind of verb is was? It is a linking verb. So therefore, with linking verbs, we always have predicate nominatives there. Okay? Number 8. Her job, decorating wedding cakes, requires a steady hand and a creative mind. Or her hobby, collecting rare stamps, is quite expensive. Okay, what do I underline here in the blue book? Jose? What's my gerund? Green book. Same thing. What's my gerund? What do gerunds end in? It's up on the board. We just went over it. ing. So what word ends in ing? What number are you on? 9? Or on number 8? On exercise B? Page 122. Okay, who can help them out? Everyone needs to be paying attention. If you don't know where we are, then you ask where we are. John? Decorating. Good. Okay, decorating is my gerund. That's the word that's ending in ing. Aaron, what do I box here? Decorating wedding cakes. Good. Okay, what is this being used as? Erica? It is an AP. Notice this, her job, same thing, decorating wedding cakes, requires a steady hand. Job is still my subject, requires is my verb, but decorating wedding cakes is further explaining my subject. Same thing with number 8 in the blue book, okay? Or not number 8 in the blue book, not the same thing, but my mother enjoys sewing for other people, Okay, what's my subject here? Bella? Mother. What's my verb? Ari? Enjoys. What's my gerund? Joey? Sewing. What do I box? Cheyenne? Sewing for other people. What is sewing for other people being used as? Elias? What was it? Not an AP. She enjoys who or what? Sewing for other people. So if she enjoys that, it's answering who or what. What kind of verb is enjoys? Action or linking? Action. So what goes with action verbs? Class, what go with action verbs? DO. So sewing for other people is a DO. Okay? And then number 9, thinking of others first prevents selfishness in the green book. What do I underline here, Micah? Thinking. What do I box, Jaden? Thinking of others first prevents selfishness. What is this being used as, Kayla? It is the subject. Good. Yes, Micah? Yes. Actually, no, because you have 5 minutes. Okay? Number 9, Mr. Lance supports their ministry by sending them money every month. What do I underline here, Joey? Do you want me to take your phone away again? You were just in your backpack. Joey. Joey, I saw you. You had something in your bag. It's a calculator. What was it? There was something that you were looking for and you put it away in your bag. Okay. Pretty sure I saw something else, but I'll give you that paper. Okay. What do I underline here then? In number 9. Number 9. Exercise B. Oh, good. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong book. Okay. Number 9, sewing or sending. Okay. What do I box here? Jason? Sending them money every month. Good. What's the word right before sending them money every month, class? What word is that? What part of speech is that? It is a preposition. So with prepositions, what do we need? OPs, objects. So sending them money every month is used as an object. Okay? And then number 10, keeping in good health involves eating the right kinds of food. So there are 2 gerunds here. Hudson, what do I underline first? Keeping, what do I box? Chase? Good. Keeping in good health. What do I underline here? Cody, what else do I underline here? What do I underline? Eating. Okay, what do I box, Eliana? Eating the right kinds of food. Good. So let's look at what they're being used as. What is keeping in good health being used as? Brianna? The subject. The subject. What's my verb? What's my verb? Aaron? Involves. Keeping in good health involves who or what? Eating the right kinds of food. So, what kind of verb is involves, Aaron? Action. So what goes with action verbs, class? Direct object. So eating the right kinds of foods is the direct object. Okay? All right, we'll go through diagramming gerunds tomorrow. But guys, when we're going through class, we do need to pay attention, okay? Because when it gets to quiz time, you guys have no idea, all right? And some of you guys need better grades in this class, okay? So no homework for grammar tonight. If you didn't finish the exercise, do it. And then we will go over those, how to diagram gerunds in class tomorrow. But tonight for homework, okay, is list 18 vocab, words and definitions 1 through 5 twice. For literature, guys, sit down. I'm still talking. I just gave you guys saying that you need to pay attention in class. You don't get to do just what you want. Okay, the bell hasn't even rung yet. Okay. So list 18 vocab words and definitions 1 through 5 twice. Literature, read pages 254 to 258. And then no grammar homework for tonight. Okay? All right, girls, I'm not sure, so if you need to go change, Bella, Ari, Jasmine, go ask Mrs. Rule. Do you guys have your jerseys with you? Let me text her real quick. But other than that, make sure your homework is written down. Then you guys are dismissed. Yes.
All right, welcome to pre-algebra. Whoa, let me turn that down more. Check 1, 2. There we go. All right, welcome to pre-algebra. We're on 6.3. We're talking about three-dimensional figures on page 246. So make sure you're on the correct page. We're on page 246. Just as rectangles and circles are two-dimensional figures, pyramids and cubes are three-dimensional figures, figures that have length, width, and height. Three-dimensional figures can be solid like a block of wood or just the outer shell like a box. A polyhedron is a three-dimensional figure made of flat surfaces. These flat surfaces, called faces, are always polygons. When two of these faces meet, an edge of the polygon is formed. Oh yeah, there's 6 in this polygon. About that one. All right, those are all the faces of this polygon. Whenever it finally finishes the animation. There we go. All right, when two of these faces meet, an edge is formed. Okay. And so each of those lines there, we call them an edge. We do not call them sides to fusion with faces. So we call them edges. There are 12 edges in this polyhedron. Yeah. The edges meet at a point called a vertex, the plural of which is vertices. Okay. Because, yes, you can say vertexes, but we say vertices. There are 8 of them in this polyhedron. Most three-dimensional figures drawn in such a way that they rest on a face called the base. When a figure has two faces that are congruent and parallel, they are both called bases. So the bottom and top of this figure would be considered their bases. All right. Any questions so far? Yes.
You know it's on its side right now? If you flipped it upright, would the sides that it's on right now, not on right now,
the sides that then it would appear to be resting on would then be called its base, yes. All right. Now, polyhedra is the plural of polyhedron. Polyhedra can be broken into several subgroups. 2 of these are prisms and pyramids. Prisms are polyhedra with 2 faces that are both congruent and parallel. When a prism rests on another face, the 2 faces that are congruent and parallel are called the bases of the prism. These bases can be any type of polygon, whether it be rectangle, square, or even a polygon with more sides, such as a hexagon. A cube is a special prism in which every face is a square. So in this case, the base of this prism here is not this rectangle down here. Instead, it's these 2 triangles that are congruent and parallel. Okay, those are by definition the bases. Does that make sense? So if I take a cross section, I would get a triangle. I should probably define what a cross section is. A cross section is a 2-dimensional slice of a 3-dimensional figure. If you take a sheet of paper, shove it in the middle of that, it's the shape that you would see projected on that paper. So if we took a cross section of this prism here, you would see a triangle. If we took one of this cube, that would be a square. Now, while prisms have 2 bases, pyramids have only 1 base and comes to a point. The most famous ones are those in Egypt, but there are many more pyramids. The Egyptians used square pyramids where the base is a square. However, there do exist other bases for pyramids. If it has a triangular base, that pyramid is known as a tetrahedron because then all the sides will be triangles. Okay? Yeah, there you go. Not all 3-dimensional figures are polyhedra. Just as polygons have only straight lines for sides, polyhedra can only have flat polygons for faces. So all these are polyhedra. Here, you notice the rectangular prism and cube, the triangular prism, the pentagonal prism. You could have a hexagonal prism, and so on. Okay. Typically, when we think prism, we tend to think the triangular one, because science. Okay. The prism that reflects light is triangular, but prism is a generic name for a geometric shape. That one just happens to be triangular. Okay. Pyramids, you see there a square pyramid like the Egyptians did. Pentagonal pyramid, you could have a regular tetrahedron with 4 equilateral triangle faces, also known as a D4, but moving on. And then you have a tetrahedron or just a triangular pyramid in general. Okay, so those are all polyhedra, but there do exist 3-dimensional curved figures. Okay. So you need to make sure that you get these down also. These are where you have at least one curved surface, like the sphere and cylinder. Instead, it's just a 3-dimensional curved figure. Other examples of curved figure include the cone and the torus. In physics, it's just known as a donut. In math, it's given a special name. And the following tables give us many different types of 3-dimensional figures. I already went through the tables. So a cylinder has 2 circles on top and bottom. Obviously, that would be fine. Actually, no, that already disqualifies it because it's not a polygon. Remember, circles are not polygons. And then you have the curve going all the way around the circle. Cone, it's exactly what it sounds like. It's a It's a cone. I don't know what else to tell you. Sphere, think ball, and you're good. Torus, think donut, and try not to get hungry. All right. Now, I do need to talk to you guys about something else. There is a figure known as a net, and this is basically if you took a shape and unraveled it. Okay, that's what a net is. So, this is a two-dimensional pattern that can be folded into a three-dimensional figure. Although the sphere and torus do not have nets, because how do you unfold a ball? If you figure it out, tell a map maker, because that's like one of the biggest challenges of making a map, is how do you take a ball and flatten it? And the answer is you don't. All right, so, yeah. So, most 3D figures have at least one net. Some have many different nets. So we're showing you guys a couple of the more common ones. Basically, what you'd have to do is think of it as like you're putting together a box from a flat piece of cardboard. All right, does that make sense? And then you have to figure out which box it makes. So let's get some practice with nets. Go to number 13 in your book. I just want to make sure we get what kind of thing would go here. So number 13, which of those left or the right net would give you a cube? You fold it in your mind. And yes, it's exactly one of those brain bender things that like, you get better at it the more you do it. It would actually be the second one. Notice that most closely matches this net we're given here. The first one, if you tried to fold it over into a cube, you would end up with overlap and one face uncovered. So that's what would happen there. No, I'm just figuring it out in my head. Yeah, nets do that. All right. Number 14, okay. Which one would actually give me a triangular prism? The first one is correct. Number 15, how about a cone? Second one. The second one would do it. Because you need the circle to land on the same side as the circle when you fold it in. And then it comes down to a point. All right. Number 16, what figure would we get if I folded all that together? Close. What do we call it, though? Like, it, huh? All right, we'd have a rectangular prism. Okay, you are correct that it's a rectangle. It's a rectangular box, but we call it a prism. All right, so it's a rectangular prism. Number 17, what would we get? Cylinder, good. The pink one. All right, number 18, what would we get? What kind? She's right, it's a pyramid. It's just what kind? What? Nope. It's a square pyramid. Yep. Okay, because there's a square. That would be your kind of tip off there. All right, so you have a square pyramid. When you fold up that triangle and then unwrap the triangles around the square, you would get a square pyramid. All right. Does that make sense? Kind of. Is it getting closer? Okay. It's one of those things that the more practice you get at it, the better you are at folding shapes in your head, okay? In the meantime, okay, and because you do need to get it down to where you're in your head at some point, but in the meantime, you could always cut out an approximation of that shape and fold it and find out what happens. Like, you're welcome to do that at home for your homework. I'm just not doing it here because it gets messy. All right, so any questions about three-dimensional figures? Yeah. Square pyramid. Yes? No, there's many. There is actually quite a few aside from just basic pure maths and sciences. Think packaging design. You would have to know exactly what kind of cutout to make, or at least be able to create it. You'd have to be able to, so that way you can best utilize your cardboard. Because for an example, if you're going to do anything creative outside of a basic box, you need to have a really good understanding of shapes. So there's quite a few things. That's just the one that comes to mind. But that is one of them. Before I turn you guys loose, let's go ahead and do the beginning of the exercises. Let's make sure we have it down. Number 1, what shape is that? Triangular prism. Good. How many faces are there? 5. Good. How many vertices? 6. Remember, vertices are the points around the figure. 5. So 5 faces, 6 vertices. It is a triangular prism. All right, how many edges does this shape have? 9. There's 9. You count the number of solid surfaces. So there's 2 triangles and 3 rectangles. So there's 5 faces. Does that make sense? Okay. 2A, what shape is that? Tetrahedron, good. How many faces? 4. How many vertices? 4. How many edges? 6. You also have to count the dotted ones. Yeah. There's the one up and down. There's 2 on the top, 2 on the bottom. So there's 5. And then there's a dotted one in the back. Does that make sense? Okay. Yeah, but you gotta get good at it though, because it's gonna come up again, I promise. Number 3, what shape? Cube. How many faces? 6. How many vertices? 8. Good. How many edges? 12. Number 3? Yeah, it's just cube. All right, number 4, what shape? Square pyramid is correct. How many faces? 5. Good. How many vertices? 5 is correct. How many, what's the last one? Edges? 8 is correct. Yeah. 5 faces, 5 vertices, 8 edges. All right, number 5, what's the name of the shape? Good, rectangular prism. How many faces? 6. 6. You have a rectangle on top, a rectangle on bottom, 4 around the edges. Or 4 around, you know what I mean? Yeah. All right, let me see here. Yeah, you got to count the top. We assume these things are closed. They just show them semi-transparent so that way you can see the other side. So that's 6 faces. How many vertices? 8. There's 4 on top, 4 on bottom. How many edges? 12. Good. Got to make sure you don't count them twice. All right, number 6. What shape is it? Good. Pentagonal pyramid. It's a pyramid, has a pentagon base. So we say it's pentagonal pyramid. All right, how many faces? 6. Good. How many vertices? 6. How many edges? No. No. Actually count. 10. 10 is correct. You go through and count all the points of intersection. So you just, like here on this pentagonal pyramid, I'll show you guys on this one on the screen. Here. All right, so 1. And then I pick a corner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, plus the 1 at the top is 6. Okay? Does that make sense? So that was vertices. Oh, for edges. Sorry, we were doing edges. So there's 5 on the base, right, because it's pentagon. Okay, 6, 7, 8, the one in the back, 9, 10. Yeah, it's a pentagon. The pentagon has 5 sides. Yeah. I mean, you can count them if you want, but like, we already did that. Does that make sense? All right, so that's the idea. Number 6, what shape is that? Sorry, 7. Cone. Cone, that is a cone. Sorry, my bad. Number 8, what shape is that? Nope. It's a pentagonal prism. Okay, let's stop and talk about it because you guys just started throwing out random shape names. Okay? You'll notice the bases are pentagons, and they are equal and parallel. That makes it a prism. Okay? It can't be a pyramid if it doesn't come to a point. Okay? If you look at pyramids, they all come up to a sharp point at the top, right? Okay, or on the bottom if we drew it that way. All right? But a prism is when it's the same shape on both sides. No. You're going to use the mathematical name. Number 9, what is that? Sphere. Yes. Number 10? No. Torus. We're learning the mathematical name. Even though physicists get lazy, we don't. All right, it's a torus. No. Number 11? Cylinder. 12? Square pyramid. All right. Making more sense? Cool. Number 19. What is the difference between a prism and a pyramid? Pyramids have a point that come to the top having one base. No. Right? Yeah. Pyramids have a point at the top with a base. Prisms have 2 parallel bases. What is required for a three-dimensional figure to be a polyhedron? More specific, please. You're correct, just more specific. There you go. They have to have flat polygons for sides. It's in italics, bottom page 246. I mentioned it, but it was not its own slide. Okay, so as soon as you have something that's not a polygon, it is stuck in curved figure land. And what would we name a polyhedron that has one 6-sided base and comes to a point? So let's pyramid. All right, hexagonal pyramid is correct. Pyramid because it comes to a point, hexagonal because it has 6 sides. All right, any questions there? Does it make more sense now? Cool. Homework 6.3 due tomorrow. Yeah, please do. Also, don't forget to turn in your chapter review A today. That is due today, so make sure that's either in my hand or in Google Classroom, seeing as that will be graded today. All right, distance learners, we'll see you guys later.
All right, welcome, distant learners. Hopefully you're doing well. The camera's a little low, so I sat down. Okay, today we are not going to be doing notes. Okay, just to be kind to the volleyball for this first time, let them get a balance of having work and no notes, missing too much. But in the future, we will still have notes when they're gone. Okay, but we do have an assignment. Our homework is page 191. I believe you guys did some of this already. You should have, maybe not. I thought you guys did, maybe not. If not, we'll do page 191. Okay, everyone is writing it down. I know, I'm not saying just you. Everyone. Everyone write it down. Elias, write it down. There you go. Okay, way to have good friends. Okay, page 191. Shh. So I said no talking. Okay, page 191, section review 16.1.
1 through 2 all.
Did you guys do all of them? I thought you just did 1 through 5.
I did 1 through 5.
Yeah, I thought you did 1 through 5, right?
We did 1 through 5.
You did 16.2, right? I know, and I gave you, that's on me. I gave you the wrong notes, so we're basically going to be restarting this chapter because I gave you the wrong notes. Yeah, that's what you were supposed to do. Okay, but because I messed up a little bit, that's on me. You guys got a little review of stuff I think we've learned in my 9th and 10th grade class. Shh, I haven't said it, dude. If you sit down and listen, I could say it. Okay, page 191, section review 16.1. 1 through 9 odd. 1 through 9 odd. Okay, from this point, we are no talking. Yes, we are no talking. No, we are no talking. 191.
You has nice grammar.
Oh my goodness, Aaron. 16.1, 1 through 9 odd. I said it about 5 times already. Okay, for those who like commenting, no comments. Cody and John, I don't want to hear them. Okay, shh, right now. Right now. Okay, start working on that right now. Once you're done, turn it in. You don't need to show it to me, just turn it in, then work on something else. This hour we're not talking. If you guys do well, maybe next hour we can talk. Okay, just learners, let me know if you have any questions. Make sure you throw your name in the chat. It's good to see we got Tyler, Emily, Mia. Okay, make sure, Jezreel, if you're on, make sure you throw your name in the chat as well. Again, we're not doing those notes today, but homework is page 191, section review 16.1, 1 through 9 odd. Let me know if you guys have any questions. I'll see the chat. Just ask it in there. I'll still be here, but I'm going to go off the stream here now.